Okay, we are live. Hello, folks. I am very late today. Very late. I am late because of several reasons. One, I was just freaking tired and it took me a while to get things going this morning. Second of all, let's see if you can see in the background. Kind of. New bench, new equipment, new plates. Bunch of stuff got unloaded. A few other things to deal with as well. So, as the title suggests, Charlie's awesome. Man actually sees this message and replies to help. We will forgive the Rust dev because he makes really good stuff with it. And he's actually working to, like, fix the rough edges. Okay. I'm going to move this over here. And today I'm going to try to make Pufferlib less garbage. Streaming now to make Pufferlib less garbage. And go have set up use. Cool. We're going to do community PRs today. And we're going to do set up shenanigans. I am going to merge. I'm just going to do this right out of the box. And one other thing. Let me see where he linked this. Okay, so this is what he sent me. Force those build dependencies, match the version. So it's going to be something like this, right? And this goes in your toml. Build system requires same version of Torch that is installed in the project environment. So how do I tool.uv dot extra build dependencies. Okay, let me actually just give him the courtesy of reading the full docs before I complain. Make sure we're doing some reasonable stuff. Subtest was downloading. Okay, we've got Kyung here taking a look at this. The idea today is we're going to make Pufferlib less crap to install, and I'm going to merge in a bunch of contributor PRs. That's my plan for today. Today is a chill housekeeping day. And some coffee. And some benching. That's my plan for today. I also set a new PR on this course on my morning run. It was chill. Project.scripts. We have scripts. Project may define GUIs. Only difference on Windows. Is my chat working? I think it is. Plug in entry points. Hello, Kyung. We are going to fix some things today. Plan is to fix things, merge PRs, and then play with some new toys that I just had delivered. What is build backend? Presence of a build system to determine if a product contains a package that should be installed in the project virtual environment. Build system is not defined. UV will not attempt to build or install the project itself, just its dependencies. Build system is defined. UV will build and install the project into the project environment. Okay. Python project must be built to be installed. uv.package will force a product to be installed into the project environment. I don't know what this means. Does anybody know what this means? Oh, okay, so this is true anyways. Cool. Project environment path. Build isolation. So this is what we need. Flash attention and deep speed need to be built against the same version of PyTorch that's installed in the project environment. Okay, so this is exactly what I want. Packages may accidentally omit necessary dependencies in their declared build dependency list. Augmenting the list of build dependencies allows you to install a package in an isolated environment, but with extra build dependencies that are not declared in the package itself. Hello, Tim. Welcome. Yeah, I'm gonna see what I can do on this. Well, I have this one thing merged. I think what we do first is let's go grab a vast box. Vast AI. Console. $0.50 an hour, 46 cents an hour, yada yada. Work. British Columbia, Texas. We will pay the nice Texan man. Oops, log in. Hang on. Let me go authenticate the authentication. Okay, I still have 30 bucks on here. Ooh, okay, let's do this. 55 cents. Instance created. You just installed a thing, right? So Kyung, if there's a way I can do that in the project packaging, that would be great. Separating into multiple repos is just going to cause me immeasurable pain. Huh. That's sneaky. Hasn't been a problem for me. Wait, why separate? Dave is doing it within the same repo. Let's see. If I can do it in the same repo, I will look at it. Let me make sure that our default set works first. But the thing is, like, if you're using Pufferlib without Ocean and you're using it on slow environments, like, there's basically no reason to install, like, to not have at least some Ocean environments. Like, there's basically no smart thing that you could possibly be doing that doesn't involve at least some of the Ocean environments, if that makes sense. Like, there are virtually zero circumstances where you're not installing Ocean and you have a good reason to not be. Exactly. So, like, oh, well, we don't need Ocean because we're just going to train stuff on our environment. You're doing it wrong, right? Where is SSH? Public key. Why did that not work? There it goes. Just took a few seconds. Okay. I don't know, Kyung. The other thing is just like breaking shit into more and more little bits. It's like, it's not free to do that. It makes a mess of your project. Like, realistically, the correct thing to do in my mind is just to, like, compress the size of the package as much as possible and, like, make sure that Ocean is not causing problems. Hello, welcome. Welcome, Yogi. Yabba dabba doo. Or is that Fred Flintstone? I don't freaking know. Ah. Okay, so... Yep. Let's just make notes on everything that's annoying. I'm gonna make some little notes on the side here. And I should follow the instructions on the website, right? Okay. Well, this just works, no? Apparently not. that's not a great intro. Is Pufferlip spamming garbage? And lagging a ton. And then eventually training fast, yeah. Does it even cache this? 3.5, 3.7 millisteps per second. It learns. It actually doesn't learn as well as it used to. It's a regression. Small one, but it's just still a regression. Like, I have to not merge anything. At least the perf is still right. $27 seconds. And then 30 with the eval. Okay, what can we do to improve on this? Let's see if I can trigger the bug. So I just go get like some old CUDA, right? Okay, cool. Now we get absolutely insane error, right? Like this without the no build isolation. Make sure it works. Let's read everything Charlie said again. Yeah, X is very useful. I'm trying to figure out, so this is a configuration users have to put in their TOML. This one is useful, though. We can patch a few things. Yeah, I know, Tim, it's annoying, but it's the best thing we have at the moment. And I'll tell you, so X has gotten so bad for me mentally that I've got this is $100 phone. I got this as a temp thing because I broke my old phone. It's actually kind of funny how decent a $100 phone is these days. But I ordered myself one of these. I ordered one of these, basically just hoping that it's completely impossible to scroll X on this, right? You can download whatever apps you want, but you're not going to be scrolling X on a friggin' Kindle. Um, because yeah, I basically what like I do have to spend time on X because it like helps more people see Puffer and stuff. But my ideal is just spend as much time as possible on core research problems, like core science and engineering, and then on exercise and nothing else in between. That's the goal. Brick things. There are a bunch of other ones that like they just limit your apps, but that's not good either, right? Because if I need to check X for business or messages, I need to check my app. Like just like, giving me kitty lock is just stupid, right? This is just a different device that essentially it kind of circumvents the ease and convenience that these apps are exploiting to make them addictive in the first place. Okay, well this is built a long time ago. Okay, so this is the problem, right? Compile with no kernel image. Ah. Oh, okay, I went to be too late. So, can I do... Hang on. I don't know if this is going to be a proper test. Did it say 12.8 or 13? I think it did, right? Okay, this will be a decent enough test. You can do UV pip. Well, I mean, all the community stuff is fun, right? I actually... I wish I had more time to really to really build out all the community stuff more. But, like, the thing is, at some point, right? The way that my brain works, I basically get blocks of a couple weeks at a time where my brain is actually working on full before I get kind of burnt out. And whenever I get that time, it's like I have to just ignore everything else and work on one of the major updates to Puff or it doesn't get done, right? Because like that's basically the only time that I can get the really hard dev chunks done. In this most recent one, we did all of Constellation, and I started on the new optimizations. Before that, it was the on versus off pol stuff. Sweeping a lot right now. So there are a couple things with that we're gonna get to this week. We need the thing that actually helps a lot, Tim, at the moment is figuring out why. Like, there are some environments that don't have clean score or perf metrics. We basically want every environment to have a nice 0 to 1 normalized perf metric, and it has to not like leak memory so that it can't kill the sweep basically if you run 1,000 of them. And pretty much nothing should be leaking memory, but there are a couple weird exceptions, and there are like a couple functions where we just haven't bothered to implement the close function or whatever. Okay. It's funny that that doesn't do anything. Ocean M's differ a lot in terms of quality. Yeah. We have at least a dozen that we've trained on so far that have been pretty solid. So there's like, they differ in terms of quality along a bunch of different axes though, right? Like, some of them, it's the code quality is bad. Some of them have like some janky bugs in them, but the code's pretty clean. Yeah, new Tetris sounds great. So I found out that the current Tetris it's not bad. It's just okay, this is one of the annoying things about having this perf metric the way that we have it, right? Like, you need some good way to normalize it. Because it's like a 0 to 1 metric. I guess, like, technically, I could technically do, like, an automatic normed score thing, but... Yeah, so I guess the question then, Tim, is, like, do we just delete the perf metric from every env, and then do everything based on score? But then, like, I can't do that either, because even in Constellation, so in Constellation, I could add in an extra normed function that's, like, normed per env score or whatever, but I can't do that in, like, Neptune or Wandby. Couldn't understand grid. Grid is good. Grid is maze. Grid is the maze environment. I probably should rename it, but in Sweep Puffer's optimizing score, yeah. No, it's for reporting, Tim. So it's if you're gonna compare, if you're gonna have multiple different M's worth of sweeps on the same plot, you need the metric to be comparable. Okay, so these are all lovely PyTorch issues. Constellation's pretty sweet though that we have like this whole. It's like a pretty sizable chunk of code for a week's worth of dev. I saw there's a slime volley env I'm interested in getting in. The overcooked env. I'll throw Finn at some of these. We'll see. Tank one looks awesome. Yeah. So an env that we will use, it's just like it has to be fast and stable and have like a reasonable metric. I'm not a quarter as fast as you, dude. I'm not even like a fast dev, honestly. Nothing I do is super fast, really. Like, I was always the guy that would finish everything last in school. I'd always have a perfect score, but it'd be last. You give back. M's are fun. There's a lot of cool stuff you can get into. Honestly, Tim, you can do both. Like, pick a fun project that you think will be useful, but that you'll also learn a lot by doing. I would say, like, the advice I'm going to give you is that there's a lot of cool stuff you can do in the range of, like, 5,000 to 1,000 lines. Projects that get to be over 1,000 lines, like, these actually start to become, like, medium-sized projects. And, like, I'm sure somebody's gonna say, oh, 1,000 lines of code is so easy, bro. I have 50 billion lines of code. But, like, 1,000 lines of actual dense code that's not just there for no reason can do a lot of stuff. Like, Constellation could be 1,000 if I refactored it nicely. The whole dashboard. Hello, Peru. Welcome. I'm attempting to find stupid problems with installations in Puffer at the moment. Can somebody explain to me why the hell the optimizer has max autotune on by default? That's awful. Community PRs? Yes, I'm going to be doing community PRs today, Peru. That is 382? Yes. Which one is this? Ah, yes, of course. This one I'm very much interested in. As soon as I deal with basic install issues and stuff. Does this thing not have a compile mode setting? Thinky Polar Express. So, Peru, I have tried so hard to make the install good. And, like, Python just, like, there keeps being dumb, stupid Python stuff that breaks things. I'm working on stuff now, but at least, look, I think that, honestly, at this point, aside from that one license thing that I just merged where was it Kitty Bow? Somebody sent me a PR apparently that broke it, and then another one that unbroke it. I just ran this on a fresh VAST machine and it worked. I'm gonna update the install instructions a little bit. I'm gonna update a couple things. And we're gonna hopefully just make a couple light changes. File mode. There we are. Okay, so now we no longer have that garbage spam. I'm also gonna change the docs real quick. Let's do... Alright, so this is the new docs. Can we figure out why this stupid thing is not working here? Like, it should be showing my live stream. Oh, it's probably because I changed my name on YouTube. Live stream. Live stream. Is there a way that I can do... If I just click this, is it always going to be the same? Do you also need trained policy to play on the web? It's preferable, Kyung. It's like... But the thing is, if you're training an MLP LSTM, it's really easy. Like, any of the standard architectures are really, really easy. What do I get? Then Kyung, it's easy. I think you don't need the no build isolation anymore, Tim, is the thing. Oh, and install Torch separately. I see, you're right, you're right. You are right. Hang on. Oh, that's another good question, actually. Oh, this is easy. Yeah, we can just do like this. Source equals. Oops. I think it's just this URL, no? See if that does it. No? Channel ID. See if this one works. This is the same channel ID as before, no? I think it's the same friggin' channel ID. Videos unavailable. Nope. Videos unavailable. It just says unavailable everything. That's weird. You run the sweep in my puffer env. I did run. Oh, okay. I can't find optimized parameters in CLI and 1B. All right, let me show you. It's a little bit obnoxious, and the thing that I'm working on right now is going to make that a lot better. This is so either Neptune or 1B, it'll be basically the same thing. I have this set up, so I'll show you real quick. So typically you end up doing something like this. You group by system tags. This is, let me find an env. All right, here's an env. And we can just go to here. We can decide what point we want from this. I can decide, okay, I have a whole bunch of runs. Let me like add a filter to this. Come on. This is why I'm building my own, because all these freaking dashboards are so stupid and laggy. Kidding me? This is embarrassing quality of software. Alright, so here, greater than. Filter some experiments out. Let's do 20. Alright, so this is one item, yay. So there could be multiple runs here. you know, that fit the query. You can check them in here if you'd like. You know, you can go like this and then just show the one run. You can make sure you like the training curve. And make sure that it's like a sane. Well, this one doesn't have a sane training curve. Lovely. Long. But when you find the run that you like, the curves of, you take a look at it in here. And then all your hypers, you're going to have to copy from. Most of them are in train, but then there are a couple of them sometimes in env and such as well. It's annoying that this is not automatic. I don't think there's any way to make it automatic from this viewer. The project I'm currently working on is, it's not a full replacement for Wandby, because obviously I'm not just going to casually replace like a full, all the features of this. But this new project called Constellation, I'll show you, there's one really awesome feature to this thing. Come on. Alright, so here's Constellation. Evidently I don't have any data on it. Damn it. I'm on the wrong branch. That's frustrating. Let me see if I can get it for you real quick. Alright, so this is Constellation. This is the new project. So here I have breakout, and I have all these different metrics, and I can decide I like this point right here. Okay, and if I just right-click this point, then what's going to happen is it's going to just copy all my params into my clipboard. So that's the nice thing I'm working on that I hope that you'll enjoy. But in the meantime, you still have to manually copy stuff. You showing Wannabe? Yeah, I can try Wannabe. I haven't used Wannabe in a while, but it's the same thing. If you want, if you can send to me the, oh, allow embeddings enabled in YouTube Studio. Thank you. I'll try that. They might have added a setting. That URL used to work and the channel ID didn't change, so it's weird. How can I do it in a wannabe? Yeah. Okay, so I have no idea what these runs are, but we have a bunch of runs here. Let's go find a metric. Oh, I know what this is. Cool. So let's just go to win rate. This is the best one right here. So it's this orange one. If we wanted, we could filter it to make this easier. Right? So we can do, what is this? Filter, win rate, greater than 0.2. This. Oops. Okay, so now we have far fewer runs and it's easier to find them. And I can say, oh, actually, we like this one the most, right? And then we go from here, we go to project. I believe it was project. Hang on, I haven't used this in a while. Charts, files, where's it? Yeah, there it is. Files. Did Wannabe break integration at some point? Oh, there it is, overview. Yeah, here it is. It's an overview. You have all your parameters. You go, these are the ranges. Then you can go to train and you have all your params. Right? Does that make sense? Welcome, Zderp. Get involved, man. Build some M's. It's a great way to learn. Grab a couple buddies, jam on, come up with like a project that you think you can do in like 600 to 800 lines of code at most. Jam on that for a weekend and learn some RL stuff. Janae, was that clear? And Armin, let me figure out allow embeddings enabled in YouTube Studio. Let me check my settings. RL Lab this quarter. Very good. Get them to use Pufferlib if they're not already. It'll be much easier. I was trying to figure out what the heck it was that changed in here. I go to the exact place. It shows the same hypers as my config, which I use for starting for training. Ah. Then something might have changed. Let me fix this one thing and I will see if I can fix that for you. Advanced settings. Okay, I can't find this button. Can somebody please explain to me where this button is while I figure out these hypers? Alright, let's see what's happening with your stuff. This gets updated C files. What do you need? Well, ideally the model, so we can put it on the website. Puffer export, same as eval, but you use export instead of eval. It'll dump the .bin, you stick it in resources, you set the path to that. What is going on with this? So we do config equals args. I mean, it looks to me like this should work. For the web, you build it yourself. Oh yeah, I'll take care of sticking it on the web if you give me this PR. If you can make sure that it's actually like human playable nicely as well, because the current Tetris is a little janky to play. I guess what we'll just do is I'll just Let me go find my old Wanby API key. Moment. Can I get these values straight from my CLI? I don't know how you would do that, because the thing is, this is the problem with using something like Wanby, right? Like, it's 200 experiments. So yeah, technically I could have it print out or save all the little files, but then you're not going to be able to know which one to actually use. Let me go figure... I'm going to go figure out if it's a bug, though, or not. Because I guess it's possible that something got introduced where, it's like getting the defaults instead of the sweep params. I'd be kind of surprised, because I know that there are people that use Wanby for sweeps. And I haven't touched it in months. Possible something changed on the back end, though, I guess, yeah? Settings API key. Let me sort this out. Okay. Neptune has been stable, so the only sketchy thing about Neptune is, word on the street is that they're like deprecating their old thing in favor of a new thing that's going to be like paid only with expensive licensing towards the end of this year. And we might go back to Wanby if they do that. If there's like no free option for users, because I'm obviously not going to have the default for Puffer be a non-free thing. So it's better at the moment, but it might only be better for a while, like a little while. Okay, so here I see all these hypers, yeah. And then if I do, like, if I just do sweep, so those look like means? Maybe? Okay, I'll let it run one experiment, and then we'll see what it does from there. Kind of weird. No, because it's supposed to do the default for the first experiment. Nothing suggesting bugs so far. Okay, so now it's the next one. Yeah, so that's a correct... That is a correct thing right there. Let me see if it shows up correctly in my dashboard as well. Why do I not have projects? That's weird. What? Where did my freaking run just go? 1B. Where's my old account? This stupid service. There we go. That's not like the worst UI anything or anything like that, huh? Oh, did I just log it to here? Alright. Hang on. Okay, here we are. So this is the first run, yeah? This was my old Neural MMO run. Okay. This is the first run, yes? Let's just look at an arbitrary param. So gamma is 0.904. And then this shows up. And then I click this. Tanae, are you... I did write train. Ah. Yeah, so that's not running a sweep then. So there are two things, right? You have to actually run a sweep. And then also, in parameters here, you have to go under train. If you go under sweep, it'll show you the ranges, right? Like sweep will give you train, atom, min, and max and stuff. The values are in train. So if you call sweep, you'll get like a whole bunch of experiments. Default's like 200. So it looks like this is working. Let me know if there are any other bugs. All right. Um, where do I get the YouTube thing from? I want to fix this stupid stream. We can have it on the website. Oh, this does have this actually does give you an embed. But I don't know. I think it's going to give me the embed just for the stream. Does anybody know how we can get an embed for not just this one video? I can add that to the website. YouTube Studio. Hang on. This says go to YouTube Studio. Content. Select your current or scheduled live stream. Wait. This is per stream. Did they break embedding? Guys, did they actually like just disable embedding your stream? If not, I'm gonna just link the Twitch one. Like if they did, because that's ridiculous. So apparently Twitch, YouTube just decided to break it for some reason. YouTube live dashboard. Stream tab. This setting does not exist. Right, this setting does not exist. I thought that was monetization. Moderation. So I literally can't find a way to do this, and that's kind of stupid. Okay, so I think I can do this instead, right? Hang on. We're gonna get this to work, and then I'm gonna go back to doing real work. It's crazy that, like, I don't understand how it is that, any platform thinks it's a good idea to have, like, 5 different pages with 20 nested menus. Like, dude, if I'm having a difficult time figuring out where stuff is on your website, your users hate you. Sad? Why sad? Ancestor violates... Oh, do I need the HTTP? Please check your browser console for more. Okay. Getting somewhere. Drive me nuts. The heck? I love when it's like the simplest thing. It's just nothing ever just works. Do I have to like is this do I actually have to update this on Okay, I'm gonna give this 5 more minutes and then I'm gonna just go back to dev and I'm gonna delete it because this is so incredibly stupid to be stuck doing this shit. Like it'd be nice to have an embed on the server, but if something this simple is gonna end up just being this stupid, then screw it, right? Someone wants to contribute to Puffer. What types of contributions are you looking for? If you're new and trying to get into RL, then the easiest thing to do is to follow my guide and start building some fun environments. If you're more experienced, there's tons of open stuff on the research side, on the eng side, on like just general usability, on performance optimizations. I mean, there's just massive amounts of stuff, so you're gonna have to be a little more specific. Yeah, okay. I'm sick of having the I'm sick of like dealing with this. We're gonna just delete it. We're just gonna delete this. That ends up being the solution, is to delete it, because evidently evidently nothing ever works. I literally don't even know how that's possible for like YouTube embeddings generally across the board to just stop working, but whatever. Okay, this is fine. Do we want to do... Why did you ignore my message? Yo, how's it going, man? You just said yo, right? And it's because it's a 2-character message, and then there was another one after, and I was not looking at the screen. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I have my X on here. The streams are also on the X as well. It should be like, if you just... X also has the live indicator now, right? Yeah, X also just has the live indicator. Okay, so Charlie put the effort in to make, to figure this out for me. So let's do this. Match runtime. So this you can't do, right? But he also sent me, there was one other thing. Wait, where did it go? Oh, here. We have concept of conflicting extras. Bruh. Nah. This is quadratic. This is quadratic, right? Hang on. Is this... Okay, so this would work. I think this is going to be like a nice to have that we're just going to... I don't want to do this until we actually just prune a bunch of old dead packages that nobody uses anymore. Because we do not need to support as many of the environments as we still have, like, old bindings around for. What's this? Oh, whatever. Okay. Does anybody else have requests around setup, installation, general UX, things I can fix quickly before I move on to doing community PRs? Puffer's been getting some stars. Yeah. This will be okay once we prune some. Nice Raylib. Charlie Marsh, creator of UV. He was kind enough to reply to a thread that I wrote, and he gave me some good information, so I made that the stream title for today. That's funny. Yo, this is healthcare. Like, honey, I can find you some 1000x engineers, 100 or 1000x engineers, but they will not accept your job offer. Okay. We're gonna start on PRs. Let me use the restroom. Let me get a couple quick sets in. I've been lazy today. And we have a contribution here. This is a puffer to only fish. Oh yeah, speaking of which, this is only fish. You can submit a puffer, and it will show up here. You can train puffers to do different things, like eat the stars, and to play with your cursor as well. Here, eat all these, puffer. Okay, so we have a few environments. We've got a few fixes. We've got a few easy PRs to merge and a few complicated ones. Cool. Let me use the restroom real quick, and we will also... Let me think what I want to do. I have not done my daily deadlift. Let's do that first. Deadlift set, bench set, one accessory set, and then we start on PRs. Or deadlift single, rather. Coffee. Reading progress is going decent enough. Currently weighed myself in at 169 this morning. That is 195 bench for 8 and pretty easy. 355 deadlifts cold. So that's good. I'm still PRing the runs. Let's merge some PRs. Ha! Thank you for the PR, Dan. Check one message before I start on these. All right. Buffer file has been PR'd to the correct place. Thank you. Merged. Coin finder environment. Let's do fixes first, because fixes are quick. Are you shitting me? So you just submitted me a disgusting patch. Multi-GPU hang. Like, the fuck, right? No. Contributing.m. What the fuck is this? Okay, this is actually a real one. I know this is just a harder thing to look at. Please do not submit. Where's that? Delete buffer lib. Why were you hating on Dale Carnegie's book? The two worst motherfuckers I know were both clear cut from that playbook. So no, screw it. I don't read that type of shit, man. I don't even read anything of that. Like, I don't read any... I literally just read fiction. Here, let me show you something. I'm gonna show you my Audible list. Okay, so here's my Audible list. Ready? Dresden Files. Whoops, where is it? Recently added. Where are they? All titles. Here we go. Dresden Files I've been listening to. Calderon's Fury series. Hyperion. Oops. Come on. Camera. What else is on there? Oh yeah, Culture series. Aragon should be on there. Yeah, there's Aragon. And then Lord of the Rings. There you go. That's my reading list. Yeah, but if it's Welcome to America book, that's like a Welcome to America book, How to Be a Shallow Motherfucker. Let's merge this. I should actually just get in the habit of trying out PRs instead of blind merging everything, yeah? Alright, how do I do this? Can I just do... I actually do not know how to do this. Isn't that funny? That's how often I just merge shit straight away. Why is it that gross? Well, no wonder I haven't done this. That's disgusting. had a girlfriend. Well, you think I've always been single? Carpath has had many, many years, I mean, what was he doing? In his PhD, he did a couple wonky things. Like, he did this thing where he'd write all the neural nets in JavaScript for some crazy reason. He always had, like, a ton of side projects that he'd finished some of. I think his best-known paper was literally just, like, what happens if I slam a ConvNet and an LSTM together? Or ConvNet, I don't even know if it was an LSTM. Might have just been on RNN. Probably was an LSTM. This looks worse than before, doesn't it? That looks worse than before to me. Most cracked AI person. I mean, it depends what you mean, right? Like, I mean, the only person whose work I actually know well enough to say that it was, like, truly brilliant is Costa's. You guys were at Stanford at the same time? Yeah. Well, so my first entry to research, I interned in Feifei's lab when I was 16 with Justin, and Andre was there at the same time. Andre was there at the same time. Radford was awesome, yeah. Radford I met at OpenAI. He was a really great guy. Radford's like the type of guy that I'm pretty sure I can't like imagine anybody having anything bad to say about him. He was just like a nice chill guy that was like good at research. I guess some people would say that he is not on the engineering side at all. He'd write a bunch of stuff from scratch in notebooks every time, but that's about it. Just overall swell guy. And there are really not that many people I have, like, all good things to say about, you know? I tend to be pretty cynical, so it actually counts when I say that. Fei good at... Well, you can... The thing is, you can... Okay, let me make this clear for guys. You can't ever tell with professors if you don't know them from when they were younger. Because, like, the only thing that you can clearly tell, the thing that's really clearly measurable, right, is when somebody does great IC. If they're no longer writing code and no longer doing their own projects, like, you have to interact with somebody for way, way longer to have any idea. And even then, it's not clear, right? Independent contrib. Right? Like, you can say that, yeah, for a professor, they've had, like, several brilliant students or several students that did amazing work, right? But then how much of that is their students and how much of that is the professor? You basically can't know without, like, knowing the professor personally, right? Even, like, more than I interacted, right? So all my interactions with Fei were good. I was at, like, several group meetings. This was over a decade ago. I saw her, I saw Fei a few weeks ago in SF, because I went to go say hi to Justin at World Labs, because I hadn't been there in, like, or I had not seen him in, like, a decade. I mean, like, literally, even with my own advisor, right? Because, like, Philip's background was mostly in computer vision. And, like, on the academic side, right, like, how do I position stuff for academia, like, what's, like, the type of stuff that's going to get academia excited, he was very, very knowledgeable, right? But then, like, if you step into the side of things where it's like, hey, we just have to do a ton of heavy engineering to solve this problem, then you step outside of expertise, right? And then that comes down to how much are the students willing to do that. It's a lot easier. Basically, it's a lot easier when people are just doing their own code, like, and they're actually participating on that level, because it's super easy if you are technically good. It's very easy to just go through somebody's code and see what they write, and it doesn't take that much stuff. Like, it takes maybe a couple thousand lines of code of going through stuff before you can tell, at most. You see what I mean? This is a wrong PR, I'm pretty sure. Wrong PR. Missing semester. Yeah, so missing semester, it's not a course. So MIT has this thing that is, what's it called? IA? Whatever. There's like, so MIT has an unusually long gap between its 2 semesters, and you can take these optional mini courses basically. And that one is just like, hey, all the practical shit that you're supposed to know. Some of it's basic, some of it's stuff you won't use, some of it's good. It's like a decent enough thing to do, yeah. I didn't, but because like you see, as long as I don't care about looking stupid for a second, because I don't know how to go check out I don't know how to go check out a PR, from another it like as long as you don't look stupid, care about looking stupid for a second, most of the stuff's easy to figure out. Though there are definitely some things that you need to know exist, right? And that's useful for that. Okay, this is guaranteed LLM stuff, but we'll look. Gnome Brown? I have had no interactions with Gnome Brown. Never met him. Ilya's cool. Okay, so this is very, very similar to Trash Pickup, but we will go check it out. Go get that command again because I forgot it. This is 393. We're doing NPRs right now. Where? Did not make a .c. Well, it's not getting merged without a .c. Oh, you know what we should do? We'll do this after, but we should finally do the thing to make the rebuilds faster. Actually, let's just do this first. This is going into LLM. So it's not going to come out of the LLM, it's only going into the LLM. Yeah. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I misread that. It's funny that it's like, what do you think of Gnome Brown? Like, I don't have opinions of like every single person in AI, especially outside of my exact niche. You are not getting that answer out of me. This is also not relationship advice stream. This is tech stream. Dude, this guy's just been dumb lately. Get out of here, Pedro. Dummy. Yeah. Doesn't mean I'm answering that question. Shark biting undersea cables. Funny. Alright, you got anything here? Okay. You like Gary Marcus? No, that guy is a grifter, a charlatan, and generally an imbecile. I have a really, really fun thread though from the first year of my PhD, back when I drank a lot. I was just chilling and having a couple of beers, as you do in the evening, random night during the week, and the OpenAI Rubik's Cube stuff finally came out, and Gary made like some dumb slide saying like, "Oh, in expectation it does this, but in reality it does that," and then I made a meme, like, poking fun at him, and I posted that because the Rubik's Cube work was really, really good. And then I had like a stupid debate where I just trolled him on Twitter for 2 hours. It was awesome. Like, yo, dude, don't you have better things to do than argue with a random first year PhD student? Guess not. You can be my entertainment for the evening then. Build Ext, build Ext. Does this work? This line is replaced by the command class variable. Yeah, the robot hand. That was really, really good work for back then. Buffer eval trained. That's when I export it, and it sucks. Where should I look? So, is it a MLPA LSTM, Kyung? Did you set the number of parameters in the export to the same as the number of parameters in the load command? And have it like, the load command specifies the number of agents, like the batch size and stuff like that as well. Yeah, DeepMind and OpenAI, like that was the golden era of RL, right? 2019, pretty much. Surrounding couple years. Should it match? Yeah, it should match. All the layers are tested to exactly match torch, so. If you have the observation types, but like if you have observation types wrong though, like sometimes you have like are your observations unsigned chars or something? Because like for some ends, right, you have to copy observations into the buffer manually. There are examples, right? I think like snake or something. There's several examples. Did not change. Do you have float obs? Int actions? Yeah, the robot hand's really good. Hey, mechanics. Oh yeah, this is actually fine. I see what this is doing. Cool. I totally see what this is doing now. Took me a second. Not much. That was easy. The way my brain works, I basically have this internal meter for everyone where like I assess whether you have like good intentions. And if I think you have good intentions, I will basically never be mean to you. But as soon as I think you do not have bad intentions, like all bets are off. Only fish is great. Yep, submitted fish to only fish. Prepared a competition. I'll give it a shot. Doesn't overlap the start of my PhD. Hadrian, it's like a super easy competition. You can do it in an evening. It's just like it's like a really simple env, and you can tune some reward functions, or you can change the way it looks. It's a fun competition because you're just trying to make an agent that is fun to play with. Dorkesh tried some RL, reward hacked him in seconds. Yep, that was pretty funny. Welcome to RL. And you're doing Ultra Baby Mode RL. I've not actually ever listened to I've not listened to a single Dorkesh podcast, so I don't have anything against him personally. My impression is it's just like a general broader audience thing, and it's just like not my cup of tea. Is like the big ideas and whatever. He gets some good guests, but then obviously those guests are not used to that like that kind of environment. The only fish the only fish competition, Hadrian, that thing? I mean, this is like a super basic. Look, it's really simple. Here's a puffer. You can play with the puffer. You can feed the puffer, and the puffer can see your mouse as well, and it can see other puffers too. So, if you want to submit me some puffers, they go on there. Everybody can submit a puffer. I did not listen to that podcast. I did listen to Sutton's talk, though, in person at RLC. So, my impression generally is that, Sutton really did set the foundations of a lot of the, like a lot of the core machinery. Pretty much all the core machinery is established in his book. But nowadays, like, the architectures he's describing are too high level, and like, even if he's right on his architectures, the amount of experimental validation and details needed are like dramatically outweigh the value of high level ideas at this point. I'm way more interested in his takes on, like, specific mathematical patches to credit assignment failings and stuff like that. I'd love to discuss that with him. Like my bootstrapping article, I would love to discuss that with him. I could actually, I wonder if he would reply. He might reply. He seemed like just a generally like a nice guy too. He was really funny. They had at RLC they had just the shittiest cringe stand-up comedians ever, and they had a audience interaction portion of it with him for a while, and he was way funnier than the comedians, which I thought was pretty great. I thought that was pretty great. Like, here we are. Now we can rebuild all our M's. It's so funny how we have all these LLM replies now. Like, the fuck? Can you make a puffer for the build command? Because I always forget it. Ooh, I don't actually think you physically can do that. If you can tell me that it's possible and, like, then... If it is possible to do that, then sure. But, I don't think it... Because I think it's an entry point, right? I think you have to call a script in your project. I don't think you can call the setup.py. You could maybe hack it in some roundabout gross way, but I don't think that there's, like, a reasonable way of doing it. Oh. Before I do this next one, though, another bench set is required. And the machine learning with Boltzmann machines. Yeah, I remember having to work with Boltzmann's machines. It was the most obnoxious problem set I've ever had to do. At MIT, at least. Those things are really annoying. Okay, then it's basic for you. Okay. He didn't write he did not write a proper renderer. Did he? Wait, he did. Oh. He wrote the renderer in C, but he just wrote a print renderer. They don't seem useful for much, I guess. That's not true. I'm not going to tell you that stats and physics, well, stat phys and RBFs, I'm not going to tell you they're not useful. I'm going to tell you I don't have the background to see how they could be useful. If you think that there's a use for them, go ahead, by all means. Right? What the heck is this? Huh. This hangs. Oh, no, it doesn't. I'm gonna give this guy some feedback. Unless it looks as AI gen. Is this a suspicious number of comments? Well, it's a super short env. Let's see what this is. So... Oh, that's LLM. You have this. Good. Nobody in hell formats the error. No human does this, right? Okay, you forget to zero terminals. There you go. Am I porting M's to CUDA? No, I'm going through contributor PR's mechanics today. I got grilled for a couple weeks when I started the driverless truck. Driverless truck backing up. I gotta go through some of your recent stuff, man. You've been doing this long enough that you've probably gotten a lot better since I've given you a review. Oh yeah, should I? Is this ready for a merge convert? Actually, hey, what do you want me to do with this? Because this is a big env. It's based on an env that like I helped contribute, and like it was already based on a big env. Do you want me to like review sections of this that you wrote, or what would you like me to do? Sections that were changed? Cool. Take a quick look and then I'll go through sections, yeah? It's funny as hell. Wife referral bonus. Build, yeah, I can go through the PR. I've actually seen that like several times in SF. That's kind of hilarious if you think about it. Hang on. What is the stupid command? I always forget the command. Is this thing, yeah? Just PR 372. Whoa. That's a nice env. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that was the eval. Actually, I should use my own API. Convert. Damn it. Why are you like this? Why is it like this? Did you really make the env that slow that you need all those cores? Alright, so let's just double this. 48. Wait, how does that make any bloodies? Hang on. What on earth did you do? What did you do? 12 times 48 times 64. What is wrong with you? Why have you done this? Explain yourself. Go on, explain yourself. I have taught you better than this. You're either going to provide me an explanation of what you have done and why you have done it, or you're going to provide me an explanation of why this is incredibly stupid. That is the price of me continuing to review this. YOLO Marsh, your first. Did I? Oh, that's my bad. I should have given you. I think it was that I wanted to get it into the release, and then I just never went back to give you a proper review. I'm happy to review that for you if you want, since I kind of owe you. I'd prefer it if you could get me the clean, you basically can make a cleaned up version of that with your newer stuff, right? With the trailer things. Now that will be worse. All right, well then, the price has been set. Either explain why you have done this or explain why this is stupid. Okay, Tim, if you have a better name, then go ahead. If you do not have a better name, then what? What's wrong with filling up the batch? So, you do not have a reason for doing this, and you do not know why this is insane. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. This is the total number of agents you have. You have a BPTT horizon of 64 as well. You have a batch size of 2.3 million, which is about the batch size used in Dota. There's absolutely no reason for you to have a batch size this big, because you're going to have to divide this by the mini batch size, which is 32,768. You're getting 72 gradient updates per epoch. So you're getting, after the first update, your data is already a little bit stale. You're getting 72 updates worth of staleness for absolutely no reason, because you've already topped out the training speed way before 36,000 environments. So there's literally no reason in hell to do this. And you could have figured this out very easily, even without understanding any of my shenanigans, just by putting breakpoints and like looking at the sizes of your tensors. BPTT Horizon is, well, we use it for a couple things in this case. So the way Puffer does it, we roll out each environment, so each agent for BPTT Horizon steps. So everything gets stepped, every agent gets stepped 64 times. All right? And then when you're doing your training, right, the LSTM is going to get this segment of 64 steps in a batch, and that is how far backwards you are able to backprop. in practice, we don't ever use a BPT horizon that's different from the number of steps that you roll out, but you technically could, right? I could roll out for 256 steps, and I could only back propagate chunks of 64 to make it faster. In practice, we don't ever do that. Let's see. Do I have to do basic multiplication? 8 times 16 times 64 is 8192. That's better. That's like the high end that you'd ever want to go. All right, but I'm going to leave your initial settings just for the ha-has. And I'm just going to make it work with my machine. It's fast. This is going on Neptune. You're up by 4x on the high end, realistically like 8x. Yeah, but the thing is, you should have, like, speed should be basically capped out before then. You should get very diminishing returns. This thing has perf. Fuck. I don't know why it's not logging this, but... There we go. Perfect delivery. Well, then why is that metric different from the perf metric? We'll watch both, I guess. AMA to explain these terms? Peru, that's the stream. The stream is you can always ask me questions on shit. Yeah. I mean, obviously, look, if I'm in the middle of, like, really deep coup de hell or something, I might delay answering a thing, but I'm not going to yell at you like, why are you asking me a question on this stream in which I am here so that for the most part I can answer questions. I'm not mad at Kinvert for doing this shit either, right? I'm giving him feedback in strong enough terms that he learns. Wait another second. Yo, Kinvert, did Bet sign off on this shit? On these batch sizes? Okay, okay. I was gonna say, I would hope he would know by now. I'm letting this train as a baseline, by the way. Because it's almost done. Quarter of an excuse? Yeah, fair. But, like, the settings that you put there, I would basically never use those settings unless, if I were trying to just do a absolute best case scenario speed test, then I might do something like that. Pretty much that's the only thing. Perfect deliv isn't looking good. It actually got up to, it got up to 1 and then crashed. It looks unstable. I didn't do anything that should mess with your perf. I just changed the number of cores, but I changed the number of M's to compensate. Was this env supposed to solve, or no? Thousands, like perfect grip. Thousands? This looks like a 0-1 normalized metric to me. What's this? 4 times 16, 64 times 64. Is that 4096, or am I stupid? Yes, that's correct. I'm not that stupid. Okay, good. We do like this, we do like that, and then we redo. Oh, we want to do eval? Not too delivery. Not very delivery. I'm just gonna do one more just to see if this fixes it, because that would be really friggin' funny. Admittedly, you do actually lose a decent chunk of speed. Kind of funny. You have a big copy overhead, though. And you're still at 2 million steps for a 500K model. I'm actually surprised you lose this much, that you lose this much, to be honest. I was expecting you to lose, like, maybe 10-20% speed at most. Kind of funny. Oh. That's so funny. This is actually a thing, right? Or is this like the most epic troll ever? is something about them being, oh, wait, what's this? What's his damn, what the heck is his Twitter? The 100th? Wait, actually working in that one thing, sent in. Wait, what? Oh, cool. Uh, oops. Interesting. So, this actually screws up perf. So I'm guessing that you need to resweep params convert. Yeah, this at least needs a resweep. Because first of all, it's unstable. Baseline, then a resweep. I would try like the thing that I did. I'm gonna kill this for now. I'd try like 41664, something like that, or yeah, that's probably good. Overnight one of these days instead of trailer. Do you have a box for this? I forget if I gave you. Okay, good. Yeah. Yeah, you should still have a box for the open source stuff. Whenever you just have something that you don't like, whenever you don't have a thing to do on trailer, just do like 41664. Easy to remember. It's just the first powers of 4. And then redo the sweep. See if you get something stable. W9. Yeah. Well, of course, right? We do technically have, like, basic security groups we can throw on for work, but it has to be puffer work. And we do not position ourselves as, like, a secure data whatever, right? We just have basic shit. Okay, so do you want me to look at env code? Convert? Like, do you want me to look at a couple chunks of env code, or what's the idea here? See what else you can find, please. Okay. I can concur with this, and it is not enjoyable, because Chicago is a terrible city. It's basically on my no-fly list. I will never return to this place. It is bad. Drone delivery. This thing? Jesus. Alright, let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. I will give you my best assessment. This is what I will do for you now. I will give you my best assessment of your reward function, okay? Target. A positional error. Okay. And then you do... Squared error is fine. This is presumably because you're dividing by it at some point. Velocity. Let me look at this. I'm gonna give you my honest assessment before I get into biases, alright? Angular. I don't know the units of angular, but okay. Velocity magnitude is also known as speed. Alright, so it's a reasonable unit then. Distance is pick. Wait, what am I looking at? Let me see. Don't tell me, let me look first. Reward max dist. N of reward dist is the tick. Negative distance decay. Yeah, okay, tell me what this is supposed to be. I have no idea what this is. Like, tell me what this is. I have no idea what that is. Do this. Better tab. Show. There needs to be a show fewer reposts from this dude thing. Otherwise, my whole friggin' timeline's Elon reposts. Can we get content-based recs instead? Be good. Meant to give large rewards early and small rewards later. That seems weird as hell to me. I'd be kind of suspicious of hacking with some shit like this. Window to earn the reward. But the thing is, like, getting rewards sooner rather than later is baked into the algorithm anyways, right? That's how credit assignment works. That's the discount factor. Like, if it's meandering around aimlessly, it should be because he doesn't know what to do. For episodes? Not ticks. Then why do you want it to have lower reward on later episodes? That's also weird. Early episodes lack standards. Late episodes tighter standards. This also seems weird. The only thing that I could see maybe convert is... The only thing that I could see would be annealing. You could have something where you anneal some of the reward coefficients to 0 over the course of an episode. I would... Oh, not over an episode, over training. So I would buy that, for instance, you might have a reward function with 5 components, right? And one of those components is, do you win the game? And then the other ones are like things related to winning the game. And you could say that, hey, all these reward components, other than winning, are useful for training, but they actually bias the policy. So we want to use them early in training, but not by the end. And we're going to sort out the coefficients with hypertuning. I could see something like that. I don't know what this shit is, though. Proximity factor. 1 minus dist over... Okay, so I don't know about this weirdo function, right? 1 over dist seems weird. I typically do my distance-based rewards convert as deltas. So if you want to scale something, the thing that I would suggest scaling would be, you take the distance at the current time step, subtract the distance from the previous time step, right? You get the delta towards the target or whatever, and then you scale that, and that thing is way better behaved. Because continuous rewards that have, like, a drifting baseline are really jank. I can Discord. If my friggin' Discord works. They broke a lot of the sound codecs in the latest update. Where Discord? Hey. Yeah, how's it going? Unmute desktop. Hang on, let me get the desktop audio to work. Property. How's this thing? Say something?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go. Alright, cool. Your audio is going to be on stream as well.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, so what do you have for me?
Okay, so basically the thinking with these rewards, and I agree with what you're saying. So I was rewarding the accuracy, and that is what you would need early on. But later on, I can see what you mean of instead of rewarding the accuracy itself, later on you're rewarding specifically the perfect delivery is my end metric that I want it to maximize on.
But I don't even know if the task is that hard that you'd need to do that. That's like some shit I would do to solve Neural MMO 3. Maybe.
Yeah. Yep. No, I agree that your Neural MMO 3 is harder than this, right? But also, like, A, I'm new, and B, I hacked this together in 2 weeks.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, like, I don't think that your default should be to engineer crazy complicated rewards, because, like, you should have a pretty strong prior belief that, like, about this problem is about this hard, and this is about the amount of reward eng I should have to do, right? Like, if you tell me Dota or Pokemon or whatever, if you tell me these problems need a ton of reward eng, I'll be like, okay. But if you tell me that a variant of drone M needs crazy reward eng, then I'm going to be a little more confused. If you tell me that this has like 2 or 3 components with tuned coefficients that are like, a distance reward, a grabbing reward, and like maybe one other thing, then I'd believe that, right?
Yep.
That's like how I think about stuff and how I'd encourage you to think about some stuff. So
Yeah, that
having
makes
a
sense.
proximity thing is good. I would do it in terms of deltas. Delta rewards are generally better. Do you know what
Okay.
I mean?
Yeah.
Have I made it clear what I mean by deltas?
Yeah, you're just subtracting the two, and instead of doing this one over something and making it this nonlinear, it's just like, hey, you're literally 5 meters away.
Hmm. You can
Your
make it
velocity.
nonlinear if you want, to be honest. As you could even make it nonlinear is the thing, but like doing it based on deltas instead of based on absolute position is way easier to learn.
Yep, okay.
Because you
And
don't
then
end
the
up
other
having
thing that
this like you don't end up with a trajectory level like baseline that you're trying to optimize implicit. It's like way easier to learn.
yep. Another thing that kind of drove some of these equations, because I was just throwing stuff at the wall. If you scroll down a little, you'll see that I would create a reward function here, like reward distance and proximity reward, stability reward. And then towards the bottom of this function, I multiply them by a constant, and then I swept that constant.
Yep, that's
So like
correct.
a W position.
That
So
is
the
correct.
weight to put, yeah. So I swept the weight of position, weight of velocity, the weight of these different things, and it would decide which of these signals were useful and not.
Hmm.
And if I ran one and it's like, hey, I'm multiplying this by 0, I'm like, well, I just accidentally made a crappy metric.
Hmm.
And so I'm going to rewrite it. And I'm trying to get them all to be approximately a 1.0, saying, hey, I actually used this to learn because in the sweeps, I was maximizing perfect delivery. Um,
So you
th-
don't
this,
need them to
it
be
might have
all
been wrong.
1.0. But
Sorry.
if it optimizes to 0, then that's bad.
Exactly.
If you get something where like all the best runs are 0.05 and like definitely not 0 but 0.05, it could be that it's just a way more frequent reward, right? I've seen that happen before. So don't expect them to all be on the same magnitude, but just look for like significant values because you can basically make a plot, right, that is reward component versus performance and env, like reward weight versus performance and env. And if you see something that looks like, let me just make this point. So if you see something that looks like this, we have 0, 0 0.05, 0 0.1, right? If you see something where you have like, right, and like you're not going to get a line like this. You're going to get like points. So maybe you have like points like this. If it looks like this, then it's still a good reward signal. You see what I mean?
Yep.
Because like it doesn't matter that it's not 1. It matters that having this is way better than not having it.
That
Right?
makes
So
sense.
always look
And
for
then
this.
also, okay. Um, yeah, that makes sense. Yep.
Okay, and let me see what else we have here. You got
So
a
yeah, rightly or wrongly, that was my thinking when I was
Mhm.
rushing through this.
There's a really fun section of the Dota paper where the Dota team was rushing through tuning rewards and hyperparameters before the big competition that they lost, before they beat the full game. And they actually put in the paper like the values of their learning rate over time. And it's like this insane squiggly graph. And they basically wrote TLDR, humans are bad at tuning hyperparameters, don't do this manually under pressure.
Yeah.
Ugh. Okay, so you got a position reward, so it's the weirdly weighted thing, but the thing itself is fine, right? Like having a distance reward is fine, having a velocity reward is also fine.
Yep. Yeah, the goal was generally to simulate like a
Ability reward's
PID.
fine. Approach.
So the approach was generally to say your velocity is towards the target instead of away.
Okay.
I found that
These
they
are all
wobbled.
reasonable things. I think you wrote so you wrote complicated versions of reasonable things, right?
Yeah, that could very well be. Yep.
And
Yep.
it's really difficult to think about this because I don't know what exp of this, like I don't know what the hell this translates to. So I would have you probably did start with stuff simpler stuff, but you probably didn't start with the right simpler stuff because you didn't do delta based things. So for continual
I
rewards,
started with pure deltas and it wasn't working. And it could have been, because again, it was a hackathon. It could have been that I did it wrong. And then
mhm,
I'm like, well, this isn't enough, so I'm going to make it more complicated. And
yeah,
that could have been the wrong approach.
it's possible. I generally would err on the side of like define your 5 components or whatever this is, right? Make sure they're normalized to reasonable ranges.
Yep.
Make sure they're normalized. There can be a thing where like I don't know, I have one end where I have like a fine grain distance and a like a coarse distance if the final thing like the precision is really important. I think I did that on the drone end. Stuff like that can happen, but for the most part, it's kind of just you define some components. You make sure that the way the reward is set up is saying it's going to be delta based if it's like this. Sparse rewards are even simpler, right? And then you sweep the weights.
Yep, yep. And then yeah, so for example, in the compute observations, there's both a normalized, like for the whole map, you're -1 to 1 for
Mm-hmm.
the whole map, and then there's another where it's literally you're within 1 meter of the box, and now I'm giving you a float of you're 0.3 meters away, because to pick up the boxes we needed like 5 centimeter accuracy to pick up the boxes.
Yeah,
Um,
having a fine grain thing is kind of reasonable. The only thing you have to make sure though when you do a fine grain thing with deltas is they have to sum to 0, right? So you can't just jitter back and forth and get a positive sum reward. Does
I'm
that
sorry,
make
repeat
sense?
that. No.
So you have to make sure that when your scaling function, okay, if I go from if I go from here and I get closer, and then I step back and then I go closer, it has to sum to 0. So like there can't be any way that you can just jitter near the target and farm reward.
Yeah,
So
that's what I had. I
yeah,
had that at first.
yep.
Yeah.
So
I had
that's
that
what
at first
happens
where
when
it
you get
intentionally.
if you do absolute rewards, right? It's just going to hang around the target and never finish the episode. That's another
Yep.
thing that deltas solve. Roboticists actually typically they do it wrong, where they use absolute rewards and then they have a wrong advantage function that cancels out that first error.
Yep.
So, eh.
I
One,
was
two,
running into
three.
that too. They would
Yep,
just intentionally jitter. Yep.
yep. That's why they do it. That's why they do it. They're farm and reward. And then 6 components. I said 5. 6 is fine. It's about like we'd expect. Hover bonus. Yeah, this is all. So pretty much you had roughly the right idea on all these things. The execution is more complicated than I can basically guarantee you there is a simpler version of this that does at least as well. I can't guarantee you that my exact version works perfectly. There might be some significant tweaks that you need, right? Like especially for the fine grain stuff. But mostly that should be it.
Yep. Okay.
Any other questions on this chunk?
That's kind of the main thing, really.
About
Yeah.
the best thing for you to take away. You've gotten 2 good pieces of information, right? The rewards thing, and then the train params thing. Anything else you'd like me to take a quick look at for now? Because if not, I'm gonna let you like revise this and then submit the end with a nice train model. We'll get it on the site.
Yeah. So let me think. I mean, the compute rewards. So that was a somewhat interesting one where I had different ways of training, and I would zero some out and add in, and then I added in one reward to say whether or not this was the drone pick and place. And so I had like a 1 and a 0 that I would throw in, and I think that's another one, by the way, that I wanted to fix and didn't have time was getting rid of that observation, because basically what I did is
Mm,
this was at first built within your full drone swarm, and then within that you choose a task. There were like 8 tasks.
yeah.
Um, and then to prune this down, I got rid of all the tasks and just have the one task. But I didn't get rid of that in the observations. So I knew that this wasn't done. Um,
Having one
so,
redundant observation that's like consistent is not bad.
okay,
It's
okay.
not like,
It's
oh,
still a little
because you give
messy
it
to
an
work with.
extra 0. It's just like a tiny bit of code below. It's not a big idea. Like not a big deal.
Yep, okay, that makes sense. Um, yeah, was there any, let me see, there's anything else that really stands out. So the drone swarm, so in the .h, the compute observations, the reward was kind of the big one. Um,
Hmm?
Resetting delivery is kind of straightforward. Randomize things like when it picks up, it'll randomize the bump that the drone feels from grabbing the box. Um, and then updating the grip physics, the reset step. It's pretty, I think, straightforward. The step was interesting. I trained it. If you want to briefly look, I gave it phases. Um, and so if you search for phase space one within the file, so basically the first goal
Where?
to, yeah, it's going to be down inside of step. Let's see if it's C step or not. Yeah, in C step there. So you got phase one, phase two, phase three. So
Hmm.
somewhat different structures for depending on whether you're going above the box, then descending down straight to it. You've grabbed the box, now you're going to go and deliver, and then you hover slowly downwards to drop off. Um, and so this was basically doing different forms of reward hacking, and so I had to restrict it. And so, for example,
Hmm.
the grip K is like the constant, and the box is a constant. So basically, at first I would train it where the box is at like a zero mass, and you can easily grab it, and then you can deliver, you can get rewards. And then over time, I scale it up to 1.0, where you're picking up the full mass of the box,
Hmm.
for example.
This is
And
reasonable. It is probably contributing to the instability somehow. The fact that this is just done over the episode instead of based on perf. I think that if
yep,
you sweep hypers, it will probably still work. But like the fact that if for whatever reason it starts screwing up, like the problem doesn't get any easier.
yep.
So be
Um,
aware of that. But having this phase type stuff is generally reasonable, and you see similar stuff in robotics code. It's just that they write everything in shitty vector logic because they cannot write, beautiful C.
yep, yep. And yeah, the only other big thing to cover, because I know I've still got stuff to change, would be I had different ways I could do this in because the whole point was to port this into Isaac Sim and win a competition in Isaac Sim.
Hmm.
And so we were thinking if we want to have the complexity in Puffer or in Isaac Sim.
Yeah.
So what I could have done is had a point that I control in Isaac Sim and say, hey, drone, just follow this point. And then in Isaac Sim, I put it over the box, I lower it down to the box, the drone picks up, and it's always following that point. Instead, I created something called it, and you see it there, the hidden position.
Hmm.
Um, so instead, what I did is I gave the observations of the box itself, but then I gave a hidden reward, and it's getting the reward, but it doesn't know why. So I have that if you run the eval, you'll see the yellow dot that's over top of the box.
That's what that is.
Hi,
Okay.
honey, I'm busy. And then I slowly lower the dot, and I do that inside a puffer lib.
Yeah,
And
so
then
you
the
don't have to do it
drone
in Isaac.
learns, yeah, and the drone just learns
Hmm.
there's the box, and I know the pattern is to hover down slow and trying to train it that way. So it was a layer of complexity, and I found it worked, but that could be another. It makes
Reasonable
it a
enough.
little more difficult on the upper side.
Cool. So when do I have apparently the post office here burned down and I no longer get 2-day Amazon delivery, so when can I have some of these drones deployed to my area?
All right. Yeah, I actually got one of those. They're 65s, so
Yeah,
it could be big enough to pick up
it's fun.
an ant or something.
An ant, yeah. I sent Sam and Finn a slightly better drone, and they've been posting some cool videos. They say they're getting the neural
Yeah,
net
yeah.
in it soon.
Yeah. I'm excited to do that. I'm looking at the drone forge potentially to do it to communicate back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but
Those
yeah,
are
right now
chill.
I'm on other things. So,
I have a whole bunch
um,
of space to fly drones out here if we need to test anything as well.
well, I want to make them help with a farm, like picking up chicken feed buckets and chicken picking up 5 gallon buckets of water. It's going to take a
They're
pretty
heavy.
big drone. Yeah. Or at least chasing around foxes and stuff so they don't get the hens.
Yeah, that's tough. Well, it's actually the foxes are easy enough to keep out. It's the frickin' snakes.
Right?
The
Yep.
snakes that you have to. Those things are awful.
Can fit through anything. Yeah.
Let's see. Honestly, like it'd be cool if you could just have a drone follow you around. Like that'd be and a much easier thing to start with.
Yeah. The easy one would be like, wear a very red hat or something like that, and it just picks up. So the computer
Yeah,
vision part's very easy. Um,
yeah. Just wear a red hat, and then the drone follows you. If it just like follows you at like a reasonable, like consistent distance, that'd be really cool.
yeah, exactly.
And
Yep.
I just
That
like
that one
instead
should
of
work
having
for.
a Can I just walk my drone?
Yeah, get a little leash on it.
SPY, you do nothing but yap. Shut up. We've been going through Convert's code here. This is code. Look, there's code on
Funny
the screen.
mistakes if you wanted to pay attention, a lot to learn.
All right. Yeah. All right. Anything else to look at?
No, those are the main things.
Cool. So clean up a little bit. You don't have to go redo rewards or anything. You've already done this project. Just like see if you can get a stable, because you got some cool policies, right? So can you just get a stable thing out of? If you can just get a stable thing out of the sweep, I think we can merge it, and
Yep.
make sure that there is a good 0-1 scaled perf metric. Is the other thing. So
Okay, 0 to 1 skill.
if you want perfect deliver whatever to be the metric, that's fine. But just make sure whatever it is that the thing that you're storing in perf as the metric is a clean 0-1 scaled thing. Because for Constellation and the new project, we're trying to have everything that we use have a clean 0-1 perf, and then we can put everything nicely on the same plot, and we can very cleanly control it.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll add that to the list.
And does this have? Does this have? Does this have a policy in C? Oh yeah, you do have a policy in C. Cool. That's fine. All right. Well, thank you. If that's all, I will. I'm gonna get back to PRs.
Sounds good. All right. Thanks a lot.
See ya.
See ya.
Fun. Desktop audio. All right. Let me use the restroom real quick. Get another set in, and then we will continue on PRs. Oh, still sore. That's funny. And Bruce Lee. His favorite ab exercise is very, very good. Can say that much. More PRs. We definitely want to do Kyung's 1. Kyung's 2. And Eaton is here as well. Eaton, are you in the chat? 2 of Eaton's and M's, actually. We got Overcooked. Got Tetris. And lots of stuff. Yo. Rocket Wars. Oh yeah, there's also 3.0 Robocode. There's so many so many PRs. Want to get that export? That export? We're gonna do the branding agent that does well. Tetris first, I want to get that export. Wait, when you say Tetris first, do you want me to look at Tetris or what do you want me to do? PR and export. Gotcha. I'm so tired today. I don't know why. Where's the thingy? This thing. Forget this command. Do not remember this command. Alright. Train checkpoint is in Awanda B. Okay. 397. Oop. Is this it? Wait, because this is still playing. I would think it would not play anymore if you Oh, I see. It doesn't exactly play anymore. It plays badly now, right? Yeah, okay. Alright, let's see. Ooh, very good. That looks like a nice policy. Holy moly. 3 billion steps. And still increasing, kind of. Dude, that's kind of cool. I'm really surprised. Is this after a sweep as well? Like, what? Model. Puffer Tetris. Surprised you can get this per stable baselines. PPO definitely doesn't. Welcome to Puffer. Kyung has trained this for billions of steps as well. Stable baselines doesn't do that. Stable baselines is slow. Oh, man, why am I this tired? Why am I this tired? I feel like I've been hit by a friggin' bus. Kyung, this model does not look like it's doing particularly good. Is it like 1,000 IQ secretly? No, it just died. Am I missing something here? It's not random. Is it just like, hang on, is it better now? It doesn't die? Thought I saw it die when the screen cleared before. Trained to do garbage lines. It's playing so weird though. Like why is it playing like this? Yeah, it just died. That's not level 20. On the graph it says it's level 20 agent, no? I was expecting like god tier agent. Yeah, Tim, but this is Puffer. You've seen the other stuff we've done in Puffer. Seeing what level it gets to. The big space. Yeah, but it's the big fish. It's not NP hard. If this is provably NP hard or some bullshit, no, it can't be. If it's NP hard, then like I need to take a second thought about my opinions of theoretical computer scientists. And whether that distinction actually matters. But there's no way. Okay, this is actually getting level 20. Kind of cool. It's not a perfect agent, though. Like, it still does not understand, like... Yeah, okay. So it doesn't understand that, it's screwing itself over by leaving these gaps. What's the store key? Is it C? Oops. Yeah, control's a little jank. God damn it, the controls are screwing me. Try that again. Yeah, like, why would it do this from the start, right? Yep. Okay. Well, I'm sort of hamstrung by the controls a little bit, but it's a good agent. It's just killing lines. Okay, so here is the policy. Yeah, so the policy that we just loaded is no good, right? Is this what you were seeing? Okay. Not seeing anything. Hmm. Interesting. And interesting. Have any custom net at all? Same friggin' code. Trying to think if we want to do. I mean, we do have a surefire way to test this type of thing. It's just very annoying. Like we have you know, we have all the layers with Python bindings that we can test one for one. Really annoying to do that, but seems like so reasonable, no? Python deck size is hard-coded and used in Gymbox. What do you mean? Deck size. Ooh, actually, this is interesting because this is not getting used. There's no deck size in here, right? So it's not getting used. There's an M to trauma nose. Well, it affects the. I checked that the shapes are the same. Right, so this deck size has to match because the shapes are currently the same even though this is not getting used. So this should not be here. But the shapes are the same. Unless something got changed in the LSTM, but I doubt that, right? Like, I guess, is it possible? I'm just wondering, is it possible a change got merged in that breaks our policy exporter? I would doubt it, right? Oh, actually, there probably is one, no? No, we have Gelus. I was trying to see if we messed up with the Gelus not being there, but we are using Gelus. And I tried this as well for the only fish thing as well. Conda greater than UV. Conda makes your env code super slow. So if you like slow snake, you use Conda. We're merging PRs actually. We're attempting to. Yeah, I know you have two. I'm gonna try this for a few more minutes, and then Kyung, you might have to run a little test on this to figure out what's wrong. Hmm. I'll show you how to do it. I'm trying to figure out if I can avoid that. It would be way better if we just had this work and be done. We have Gelu. Yeah, nothing's changed. Nothing changed. Super weird. Okay, I want to go look at the other PR. So Kyung, this is the way you test nets that are being buggy. I hope this is not a puffer bug. It'd make me sad, but we have this test puffer net thing in here. So basically what you can do, we have a little bit of an example here, sort of. But you can basically call each of these layers. You can just like slice off the first chunk of your network in PyTorch, and then you can just test the outputs versus the ones in C. Because we have bindings for all the different functions. And then you'll basically are guaranteed that you have exactly the same thing in both. It's sort of annoying, but it actually, like, it prevents you from just staring at code, like, staring at code and not knowing why. Like, here's the LSTM test, for instance, right? And you can just, like, check the whole LSTM at once. I do want to get your other big PR in, because the protein PR is a really big one, right? This is looking good, though. This is looking very good. Ruins the high cost long tail. Updates to puff in puff RL. Brain stops early. Loss becomes nan. No model upload. Hanging. Okay, so let's figure out, first of all, interesting. Got our Tetris config. Code review streams, yeah. I do them once in a while. I'd like to do them more, but like, the thing that's tough, right, is ultimately somebody has to do the, like, the core puffer improvements for the next updates, right? So if anybody wants to step up and help with like crazy ass CUDA bugs and, you know, compile shenanigans and all that hard optim stuff, if anybody wants to actually help on that stuff, I will be more than happy to spend more time on community stuff. Like, basically the reason I have no time is because I still have to be the one doing the like all that stuff at the moment. And I still am trying to get out like 2 major updates roughly a year. Me no like ABC. This was another bug. I caught this in my multi-sweep. This is a bad one. Good fix. Chinese bounty model. Do you think that would work? I'd have to be a lot more organized and formal about my work process, I think, right? Like, it's possible. I'd have to be a lot more formal about my work process. Is all. Oh, I'm totally fine like putting money on stuff. Like Puffer has enough revenue now that like putting a few $100 bounties on things that save time is totally chill. So I guess here's the question for you guys, and I think you know who would be really good at figuring this out? Kyung. Kyung is the most ridiculously organized person I've ever met. Um, the thing that I tend to do is I tend to like in the process of investigating a major new thing, I tend to just shred the code. And I can't really just hand people, here's shredded code, fix please, right? I've tried many, many times to like see if I could be more organized, and it's just not me. It's just not. M's are cool. Well, I mean, I tried to do a little of this with the guide, Tim, right? Like the RL guide I have intersperses the research materials. I could honestly do that. You know, maybe I'll try that tomorrow, right? Maybe I will. Maybe what I'll do is I'll clean up the 4.0 branch and I think I could figure that out. Yeah, but Tim, like, I have to put some guideline. Like, the thing is, you have to be pretty precise about all of it. Little things are helpful. The bigger things are the really helpful stuff. Like things like this here. This saves me days, right? Like this thing here saves me days. Probably more than days. This could be like all week project depending on the week. Like the thing that I have in mind right now, okay, is the torch compile shenanigans that I just do not know how to deal with. Um, I would very, very happily pay, you know, $500 to have somebody figure out how to make torch compile play nice and like compile fast for our whole train loop with LSTMs. Like very easily. You're gonna have to send Kyung a cake then. 'Cause I can't and eat it because I can't send it really. VCA. Well, if this PR works, dinner's definitely on me next time, and it'll be something better than the pho place. Get this free drone if you're fast enough. Ooh. Talk to me about this, Kyung. Talk to me about this. So, you're right that having a while loop can technically hang. you cannot get, you can end up with runs that do not report stats back. For this. $70,000-ish. Oh. So that means it's like never losing. Did it hang forever ever though? It could literally just be that it's not losing. And if you got 70,000 on 2048, I want that policy, because that's nuts. You actually probably just kind of smoked it with these new sweeps, huh? How does Kyung know what to do for the core algorithm? Ethan, Kyung contributed to Puffer and worked with me for like, what, 2 years? And he learned really well. Trainer has stats, mean and log can handle it. But Kyung, what happens when you have really long episodes, right? And this post-eval doesn't return a score? Yeah, 3 years now, counting like the stuff from the last year. The last year you've had other stuff to work on. I'm trying to think how long ago the animation stuff was. The animation stuff a year ago? I don't know. It's been a crazy couple of years for me, honestly. I am somewhat concerned that this is going to break my new constellation stuff. But I'll tell you what, if it does, all I have to do is add a couple lines to the pre-processing. So it's not terrible. While I less than 32, or not stats. It's okay. Let's just say here, Kyung, I think that we should do something slightly more intelligent than this, and this is actually going to affect sweeps on some M's, okay? Because this is going to affect the quality of the evaluation you get for that that final point. Especially the M's where you have to set downsampling off because, you know, the curve moves too fast. This can affect things. But I will keep this like you have it for now because, yeah, it can be annoying, and while loops are generally bad. Stop if loss. I think I'm going to merge this as well. I don't really like making it a callback like this. I think I'd just make it a bool and then just have this line be whatever it is. For typing? Wait, what do you mean you added ABC for typing? Explain. I generally do not like ABC or Python's type system at all. Let sweep no and handle aborted trainings. If training was aborted, drop the last point. Okay. Train function sig. Yeah, this I'm getting rid of. I absolutely hate Python's typing system. I think it just adds bloat and it doesn't really do anything for you. And like, you don't even need it in this case because there's no reason to pass a callable here. Okay, so we have, let's get to this, gpytorch. Let's just take a look at this project. I just want to see if it's like one of those obnoxious ones. Fuck you, Jack's typing, but other than that, that's fine. The Jack's. That's fine. And it's written in Torch anyways. And then you have your tests. Very nice. I'm gonna start using this, man. This is nice. This actually works the way it should. Like, this is nice. I remember that I took the thing off the GPU before because it was slower on GPU with Pyro. Okay. And you wrote some nice tests. Good job. Sweep is honestly, contribution to sweep like this is a really, really major one. Sweeps are so incredibly important. So for those watching who are like, how do I carve out a little area that I can do a pretty major contribution? Stuff like this. Yeah, seeing the amount of work. Well, let's see the main implementation. Because so far, this looks like this would be... This looks like a very substantial amount of work, even if I were doing it. Okay. What on earth is this? I guess I'll see. What time is it also? Okay, I got 40 minutes before dinner. And then after dinner, I gotta fix my mic because I have that crazy podcast that Bet set up. And I gotta get myself into a better mood for that. When I'm just like generally kind of tired, I get really flippant. I just get really flippant. Listening to the Dresden Files like constantly during all my exercise probably has not helped with that. The other Yaxian. If not observations. Wait, let me make sure I'm doing this here. Okay, I actually have to read this when wake up because this is very very important. Default tensor D type. Can you explain what this is, Kyung? They need 64-bit, really? But wait, is this not going to make all of our training 64-bit? Look below. Sort by cost. I see. And Pareto front. Efficiency threshold. Ooh. I don't know about this one, Kyung. So, this one's really rough, man. This one's saying you don't actually, like, take driving, for instance. We have the driving sim where, like, you actually really care about 0.999 versus 0.99, right? Like, usually when you have stuff that's 0-1 scaled like that, it's win rate. And win rate of 99 versus 999 is a big difference. Yeah? So I put a flag to turn on off. It will work for most M's. Let me think. I don't know, man. Does it? Like, you want a stable solve, don't you? Like, even for stuff like Breakout, one of the things that annoys me about sweeps is, like, we don't really have a good way to distinguish points that when you run it, like, you mostly get something around 95% solve versus you always consistently will get a full solve. With a flag, it's not terrible. Define params, not solve. It gives me good leads, but it's not good leads, right? Like, you want, the sweep is supposed to find you the best solve, no? It depends on your env, I guess. It depends, E10. If you just solve the whole thing in your sweep, then you don't need to, right? And ideally, that's what we'd like to eventually have it be, right? That your sweep just solves it for you. And, like, actually, the way protein is supposed to work, right, is protein is only supposed to spend more compute when it's doing better. So you should be able to technically just give protein really big compute limits. That doesn't work as well as it should in practice sometimes, but that's the goal. This is a linear and a matern. This is the same kernel, right? Quick couple gotchas. So, Kyung, did Did you set the cost mean the way I did it in old protein? Like the cost mean to 1 or whatever it was? I remember that so you can set the mean function for a kernel, right? And I remember I had one of the kernels set to the mean to 1. It makes a difference in recommendations because it basically... Oh, chat's... Yeah, chat's slow on Twitch, on X. This should not have a naked break. Needs at least a warning. Okay. Okay. Are we still doing random samples? Because I'd gotten rid of random samples in my, I'd gotten rid of random samples before. Train time jumps after 800. $30 is fine, only 6. I see, so you have it that way. GP max obs. This is very different. You're using time steps as cost. Why are you using time steps as cost? That's like a completely different optimization problem. Like, this should give you massively different results. The length of random runs? Oh. Interesting. I hear you that it's not what it seems to be. I just don't want to hear any more complaints about envnumems, vecnumems if you're going to do this. Noble? The hell? Log normal prior. This is the same as... Is this the same as we had before? Because I remember I took the params from carbs, which took them from Hebo. Dummy. Same, okay. Kyung, you should really run some, like, ablations on this stuff and make a blog post, because this is a lot of good work. Provided all this new stuff is actually useful in some way, this is a lot of very good work. this similar to Optuna. Optuna gives you algorithm implementations for a bunch of like different methods. This here is the method based on my own research, which is based on carbs, and then which Kyung has now gone and made a ton of improvements to that are sort of, it seems like most of the improvements are sort of around the main algorithm. They're sort of general purpose things for the most part, like filtering and such. I guess some of them are like Pareto specific to Pareto methods like this. But I don't see anything here that's like, well, we'll see. See what else. This could definitely make a big difference, though. Big difference. Okay, so it's sampling. Well, it's not the same as protein exactly, right? You've made a heck of a lot of improvements. Well, I guess it depends how you look at it, right? Because I guess the filtering, you could look at the filtering as just making it faster because there are fewer points, so you can do more runs without it slowing down. What are the main differences pruning in the GP? With what? The main differences between protein and what came before it, or what Kyung has done? Kyung has made a lot of changes. So he changed it from Pyro to a GPy torch. It looks like he's done a lot of filtering operations to cut out redundant points. It looks like he's added early stopping to filter bad runs. Increased numerical speed. Interesting. Interesting. I will say it's kind of sketchy, though, that you need to do that. Oh, where? Cost param? I see. But wait, I don't understand. Kyung, how is this supposed to do anything? Because you don't have any samples to have fit a cost model yet, right? Like, how is this supposed to rely on the cost if you have not really fit a cost model? We also don't do resampling, right? Yeah, you have it at 0 anyways. You start from seed. What do you mean you start from seed? Oh, like the one good run or what? Yeah, but is that really going to be enough? I guess you could say that maybe that's enough to fit a little bit of a cost model. I don't know. Wait, what is this optimizer reset? I want to prevent random runs. I see. I see. You could technically have it give it a budget as well, Kyung. You know, one thing we could move towards, I don't say you shouldn't do this now, but we could have it so that the algorithm gives you a hyperparam set and a cost budget, right? So that if you exceed the cost budget, it just stops early. Gotta go pick up kids. No worries. I'll look through, and if there's anything else, I think I'll probably just be able to merge it unless I have any other questions. And we'll chat more about it later. Thank you very much. And that's it. And this is my original code. There's all my original code. Observe. Want to look how it is in here. Okay, moderately annoying, but this is fine. Yeah, this is good. Cool. I very much like this. JD tree is just used for pruning bad values. I'm glad to have gotten this merged in today. Oh, and this thing. Totally forgot about this thing. Save my 20 bucks. Here's a restroom real quick. We'll get a quick sweep going. I'll answer a couple questions, and I'm gonna go for dinner. Right back. Wadler. Wadler Linald. Wadler Lindig. The heck is that? Heh. Silly. Alright, we'll see what this does. It's 5:43. Any burning questions, anybody? Oh, let's get Bet's puffer onto the website real quick. That'll be funny. Alright. The bottom feeding puff. I want my unbeaten improved. I can take a quick look, but I gotta go for dinner pretty soon. Let me copy this over one sec. The heck? Oh, I know. Yeah, but I go, dinner's in like 10-ish. Alright, that is the puffer pushed. He will be on the website at OnlyFish in just a few moments. Go take a look at your PR. I see. Cool. Oh yeah, and for everybody watching here, this is all open source stuff. And it's all on puffer.ai. So if you want to get involved, our GitHub helps me out a ton. It's free. Discord is where to be if you want to be in dev. And all my stuff is on X. You can follow me there as well. All helps me out. And oh, this might be screwing it up if it doesn't know which is which. 4096 M's. Wait. This is 4096 M's, and then I forget what our defaults are. Oh, okay. That's high, but it's fine. Like, that's actually reasonable enough. That is a very, very high gamma you found there, my friend. Decently low learning rate. E10, okay. That's a pretty, like, surprisingly low learning rate. Oh, actually, no, it's not. It's fine. That's fine. Never mind. I read it wrong. Always dangerous to be doing, this type of shenanigans, but I see you wanted to add some stuff. Okay. Do you have curves? Post curves. Bad. You probably don't need 3 encode layers, but okay. And then I guess this is one-hotted. If this is one-hotted, it's fine. How many params is your net? How fast does it train? I didn't know what to do in the neural net. Nothing work. Usually you don't have to go crazy in the neural net. I would like some curves for this. 0.6 mil train is good. I'm gonna have to go to dinner in a minute, but let me see if I find you anything. Oh, I am starving as well. Other than the 2-space code habit, seems quite clean. Two-space indents are evil. Few silly things. Eh. Yeah, a few silly things. I guess, are these just fully random puzzles? Have you tried? Yeah, link me Wanby in Discord. Have you tried letting it go take multiple passes over the env to like adjust stuff? In general? Wait, is it in, where is the, wait, where did you put it? Oh, I gotta go to dinner. I will be possibly back after. I might have some client work to do, though. Thanks, folks. I gotta run.